little bit special this morning. Today I'm going to be carving not only the longest ever live stone carving I've ever done, but I'm going to be doing this one for charity. This is the first time I've ever done this for charity, and to do it live, a little bit crazy. I've done quite a few jobs for charity before, but I've never decided to do it live so people can see what they're trying to win. So a little bit of background about this. I don't know, some of you might know this if you follow the Chesterfield fan page. Around Christmas time I put a post on asking if anybody would be interested in taking on this so they could make some money for a charity. I was offering it out there for a charity hour to carve it, and Sarah Moss contacted me straight away. Within minutes Sarah Moss contacted me, and as soon as I saw the name came up I was definitely intrigued. She said she'd love to be considered for taking this piece of stone so that she could raffle it in name of her dad, Ernie Moss. And as soon as I seen Ernie Moss, I was hooked. That was it. I was sold on the project. But then after a little bit of time, we sent these messages backwards and forwards, I realised it was definitely the right job for me. She was definitely the right person to give it to. She was telling me later on in Ernie's life how he was dead into going out walking, collecting pieces of stone. It became a bit of a problem. They had so many of them at one point. So to be carving not only on a piece of Derbyshire stone, but Ernie's beloved Chesterfield Football Club, it's a bit of an honour for me, this, because I'm a Chesterfield fan. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting stuck into this. So this is not just for the Ernie Moss Memorial Fund. This is also for the Chesterfield Football Club, the Club Garden, raising money for that as well. Both extremely good causes, I think you'll agree on that. So what I'd like you to do, I'd like you to buy some tickets. I'm going to plug the tickets all day. I'm going to be carving for about 4 or 5 hours. There's a link to the tickets in the description to this video. So if you want to go, they're only £5 and they're going to be on sale the whole of February. So yeah, you can see what you're going to be hoping to win today. I'm going to be carving this live for you. Buy a ticket, £5, great causes. And then, yeah, good luck with that. So there's a couple of things I need from you today. The first thing is I need you to be patient with me as I move the camera around in different angles on different stands, because when you're using a hammer it's quite easy to knock into the camera. So as I'm doing different parts on the carving, I need to just be patient with that. And also, if you're a Chesterfield fan, in the comments I want you to put the blue circle, the Chesterfield blue circle, what you'll find in the emoji to show you're a fan. Drop that in the comments so we can see how many Chesterfield. There we go, we're straight on it. Just like that, just like Phil. So that's perfect. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to spin this camera around. I'm going to start doing a bit of carving. Like I said, you'll have to be patient with me with this bit. Two Chesterfield fans on already. There we go. You'll have to let me know if the audio's okay and if you can see everything okay. So I've been sharpening my chisels up ready. Safety specs on. So I'm going to be down here for a while, so I've made myself a flask. I was going to be fashionably 5 or 6 minutes late and said, I've been making a flask, that's why I'm late. But, truth be told, I've been pacing up and down for 10 minutes in my workshop wanting to start. So what I'm hoping is, because obviously it's a long time for you all to stay watching this, I couldn't even do that myself. What I'm hoping is you'll just drop in and out through the day and see the progress. And go and shout about it, go and tell your friends to come and have a look. Even if they're not Chesterfield fans, tell them to come and have a look. Stick a thumbs up, stick a comment in, show us the support, 2 great causes. Yeah, message them, email them, share it on Facebook, even send a carrier pigeon if you have to. So as we settle into this, there'll be no doubt a couple of awkward silences. I can see a little bit of blue. It's a little bit of blue in there, look. That's what we want. So I carved this, see this outer, I did this yesterday. It's obviously a long project anyway. I wanted to get a little bit done to start off. And I actually carved this while I was listening to the Chesterfield game, listening to Phil doing commentary on 1866. So first thing I'm doing is just going to go around the outside. I don't want to rub the pencil mark off, even though it's on well. So if you mark this pencil mark on when the stone's a little bit damp, it draws that graphite in and it stays on well. But then at this point I do like to go around, especially here and here, so we can see it. And also I think it's better visuals when people are watching. Let's see if I can, might just turn that off there. That's a bit better for me. I'm also hoping, watching today, I might get a few of my regular people who watch the channel on a Wednesday night. We've quite a good audience from around the world. Swapping between the chisels, so if you hear me clanging around, it's me looking for the right chisel. Yeah, so I think £5 to buy something like this in the, well, to buy a raffle ticket or something like this, what you can treasure forever, and it's going to great cause. I think it's great value. I think if I wasn't making it myself, I'd definitely be buying a ticket. Well, yeah, like I was saying, I was carving this yesterday and I was a bit concerned. I think it was a bit concerned that when they scored them 2 goals back to back, even before they managed to put the tweet out, it's jumping up and down in the shed. Could have gone wrong, could have taken any part of this off. Who would I blame for that? I think you've probably gathered now it's going to be a long sitting. I'm not sure if Phil's still on, if Phil would be able to put a link in the comments to where you could buy tickets, as well as it on the description for the video, so you can never have too many links for something like that. Before I forget, I must thank Dave from Legends of the Spire for doing the interview to drum up some support. And a few people at work watched that. A little bit of Mickey taking. But no, he did a good job. Raffle link above. Yes, so that's Dave's asking if we're doing the club logo. Yeah, so it's for charity, Dave. It's for raising money for the Memorial Garden and the Ernie Moss Fund. Two great causes, and hopefully we'll raise a good amount of money. I don't have an update actually to say how many we've sold at the minute, but I'm hoping we get a few £100. So if you want to buy a ticket, link in the description and all over social media. The trust website. So in a minute, I'm just going to go around here, see how I get on the camera before I try and move it. So I was trying to think last night what I need to get ready for today. I was going to make myself some cheese and crest sandwiches. I was going to make a little packed lunch, come down, flask. I was going to have all sorts. And actually I've just got a big old mug of tea and maybe a little bit of a top up. Dave's actually watching, that's nice. Yeah, it's going to go progress nicely through the day. And like I said, I don't expect you all to stick around, but just go about your Sunday and just every now and again drop by. See the difference. When the things are getting tough, imagine a Bromley defence. So you've probably guessed, but we've got one layer here, the outer ring, and we've got the word in the Chesterfield. Then I'm going to move all this material here and here, here and here. That's going to go lower, probably about 7mm, for example. And then we've got point chisel, and then we'll needle gun the bottom, all like chipping away. You'll see that later on, and this will be up, and so will this, the spire. It's so yeah, lots of material to move here. You can do it the other way around. Doesn't have the same effect. It's quicker, it's easier. But the Chesterfield fans, we don't do anything the easy way. That's why we're in the National League, but not for long. So when I'm moving this material here, I won't be talking as much, just because I have like a snood I put over my mouth, just to stop me from getting too much dust. You don't want too much dust blowing around. You'll also see me swap between hammers. I have one guy in Luxembourg who watches the channel, and when he's doing his drawings, he finds it quite therapeutic to hear hammer in the background. So he just has the video playing lightly in the background, and he does some of the most amazing drawings, like fantasy drawings. You know, he sends me some pictures of them. They're really, really good. So we have quite a good following on the channel. We have quite a few people from in the States what follow us. Denmark, Luxembourg, New Zealand, Ireland, Stony Middleton. If you're just tuning in, drop some blue in the comments to show that you're a Chesterfield fan. And also let me know if you've bought your tickets yet. Once I start moving this out of here, it's going to really start coming to life and you'll be able to really start to see it. I've got some blue. When I was listening to the commentary yesterday, I was thinking, what a great time to be a Chesterfield fan. What, with 19 points clear, a couple of games in hand. The positivity around the club. The transfer window was good, we didn't lose anyone too important. We had that couple of weeks ago, we had that scare that the manager was going. I feel there's something there, some positivity. It's great time. The way they play the football. There was a point Chesterfield could be 3-4-0 up. And you just thought, oh no. Once it gets that 78th minute up to 90, something will go wrong. And I know they conceded that penalty late on yesterday, which was soft. But you feel confident. Every time you go, you feel confident. Or every time you're watching it or listening to it, you feel... You just feel like the quality of the team, what they've got there is, you can go a couple of 0 down and you feel confident they're going to turn it around, or you can feel confident they're going to put on a great professional performance and just see out a game. 2-0, wear them down and maybe get a third in the last couple of minutes rather than us conceding. So I'm going to work around here and that'll find me the depth I really want to go to. So I'll see how it looks nicest on the lettering, and then I can work everything into suit. I don't know if you listened to the podcast I did with Dave at Legends of the Spire, but it's definitely worth a listen to. But his back catalogue of stuff in there, it's great. I've watched quite a few different bits and bobs on my dinner break at work. I was carving Friday morning, just down here on my own. I was due to take my daughter to college, and I just had an hour and I was listening to a little bit there. So yeah, you should definitely go and give that channel a subscribe. So as you go off and do something else for the day, when you drop in and out, seeing how we're getting on, make sure you tell people what we're doing and say they can win this for only £5. A piece of stone costs more than £5. And if it's made you want to have a go at carving some stone or making one of these yourself, subscribe to the channel. There's lots of videos, 150 videos about carving, tools, chisels, dry stone walling, all different bits. Have a look. And every Wednesday night we do a couple of hours stone carving live together from 7 till 9. And people send pictures of the work been up to that week, or something they're quite proud of, whether it's in stone or wood or drawing. We'll all have a bit of a look at it. We had a young apprentice sending a lovely green man this week, which is on the channel. We had the mushroom man send some stone mushrooms. The guy in the States has been carving a bit of a plaque for his motorbike club. A couple of love hearts there, happy looking love hearts. Are they love hearts? Been held by blue hands. Good question. So Joe said if I was carving it to sell, around the hours in it could be about £400. It's a great quality piece of Derbyshire gritstone which has come from a quarry called Bretton Moor, and that's got a bit of mileage in it to get such a good quality piece. It's really nice quality stone, but you can get a few shakes in it, so if you get a shake there can be faults, so the price of this stone is quite high. And then you've got the time to shake the stone, then you've got to mark it on, and then you've got to carve it. So to carve it live on YouTube is obviously going to take longer than it would if I was just doing it on my own, because you're stopping and moving and you're talking, doing everything at your own leisure. So yeah, I reckon about £400. I've done a few in the past for different football clubs, so never done one for Chesterfield and never done one for my club, which is nice. This is really nice. I've done commissions, so I've done a couple of Sheffield United. Shame I haven't done an Aston Villa one after yesterday. I'll put that up on the screen. And I've done a Manchester United one, which also could be a problem for them today with West Ham. My daughter wants me to carve a Boston Bruins ice hockey team one. My daughter's not interested in football. To be honest, she's not interested in any sport apart from ice hockey. She loves ice hockey. We go and watch the Steelers quite a bit. We went to watch the Steel Dogs last weekend. We went 2 days. We went Saturday to the Steel Dogs, Sunday to the Steelers. We've got a friend through work who does all the filming for the Steel Dogs, so he sits up in the sky doing all the filming. So we got a bit of a tour up there and I walked around, and she was buying a new Steelers shirt for her birthday, and he said he'd take it and get it signed by all the Steelers players. So she's pretty chuffed with that. That's nice that Sarah's happy. So I was having a swig of tea at the same time. I was reading over some of the Ernie book again last night. Once I took this on and I decided to do it, and me and Sarah decided it was going to be the Ernie Moss Fund and the Memorial Garden, I asked my daughter, I sent her with the mission on her break from Chesterfield College. She's there studying history, philosophy and English literature. Something I couldn't do any of them. Not going to achieve that. So I sent her with the mission to buy me the Ernie book from Waterstones in Chesterfield. She came back and I've been reading it, and I went over it a little bit last night. There is not a single person anything bad to say about Ernie Moss. Just every little story in that book, which is a great read, is just lovely, really nice. And I could tell that when I was talking to Sarah on these text messages. You can read a text message any way you like, but it really came through of how proud she was of her dad and the family, just the Moss name. It all came through really nice. I want another reason how I really wanted to do this project. I think it was his business partner said, even now saying the name Ernie Moss commands utmost respect. And it showed what great shape he kept himself in. Such a long career playing. Am I right in thinking it was 42, 43? I wonder if Phil would be able to give us a bit of an update, say midday or something, of how many tickets we've sold. Well, if you haven't got your tickets, go and get your tickets. We do have all of February. I don't know if we can make this work. I know we had a little discussion about it. Would it be nice to get this displayed in the club shop so people could see it before they spend their money on it? I mean, £5 is a lot of money. It's you can do a lot with £5. Nothing's cheap in this world now, so everyone has to count the money. So hopefully we can get it on display so people could see what they were spending their £5 on. But one thing I would say about your £5, even though it's a tough climate, it's going to a great cause. Two great causes, which we'll all be able to walk past when we go to the game and feel like we are part of it. starting to pop a little. So we've got 22 people on. Out of them 22 people, how many of you are Chesterfield fans? Even if you've done it already, stick something blue in the comments. I was going to say, when I'm not making so much noise, I'll tell you a story about how I swapped I'm sure it was it £10 FA Cup tickets to watch Chesterfield for VIP tickets to go and watch England versus Croatia, and I ended up having my dinner with Harry Kane and his family. Well, all the players, it was Harry Maguire, Harry Kane, yeah, a swap for a Chesterfield ticket. And actually I think my friend got the better deal because he's actually fallen in love with Chesterfield since, and now he's a season ticket holder. So story goes, I've got a friend from Senegal who lives locally. Moved around a bit in California, Senegal. Originally from Senegal, then he went to France, in California. He made his name in California at Gap, and then Singapore, Australia, and then is now settled in Bamford. So his wife at the time was a sports psychologist for the England football team, and she's the one who got the credit for them overcoming that psychology of the penalty shootout. Not being able to win a penalty shootout is a big thing. Anyway, Kieran Dyer, the commentary, demons are exercised. It was that commentary. Well, so it was his wife, who was actually a friend as well. She was a sports psychologist. So England, a little bit later on, it was in the Nations Cup, and they were playing Croatia, and he said to me, do you want to go? So it's around bonfire now. I said, yeah, of course, I'd love to go. We're going to drive down, and then something came up. I think he had to go back to Senegal. So he said, we can still go. And I said, well, can I take a friend? And he said, yeah, I can get you another ticket. So, into Wembley a couple of times. For those of you who've been, you'll know walking down Wembley Way, it's busy, there's a lot of people, especially for an England game, and it's absolutely rammed with people anyway. I said to my friend, not really know what's going on, I said, we can go to the front, we've got VIP tickets. So we kind of went to this little corner where this guy was stood there in a yellow shirt. I told him my name, and looking at my friend, said this could be embarrassing. He said, yeah, no, come through. So we went through this door. Amazing spot, all these trophies, all these bits and bobs going on, flags everywhere, but it just became quiet, like an air conditioned area, and all the rest of the fans were all outside, and we're wandering through inside Wembley. So we go upstairs, we've been given these lanyards, we get to this first bar, and said, can we come in? We've got VIP tickets. Two boys from Bamford. They said, well, you can, but I mean, these are VIP tickets. You want to go? You want to keep going up? So we went up to the next floor. Thinking, Jesus, what's going on here? So we goes up to the next floor. Similar thing. We go in this little restaurant, bars. When we come at the door, he said, well, you're more than welcome, lads, and it's got a good atmosphere here, but you can go up again. So we goes up again. We end up sitting there in this bar, having a couple of complimentary beers with these Well, you know you've made it when you're having sandwiches with no corners on, no crust on, all shaped into nice little pretty patterns. Some salmon, some cream cheese. And we sat eating and drinking these beers, thinking this is unbelievable. And then there's people wandering around, you think I recognise them. And I recognised them, and we carried on, and we carried on. Then we watched again, half time came in, we came back and had another beer. Full time came, and we goes in and said, right, we're going to be bringing out roast pork, you alright that, or do you want the vegetarian option? So we sits there on this table. Took a little bit of time to come through, we were having a natter, looking around. We ended up losing the game actually, but it was still a great game. Great atmosphere, great seats. And Harry Kane comes out, and the person we recognised is actually Harry Kane's brother. He looks a spitting image of him. And we sat there, and we're just like gobsmacked. We bought some strawberry laces, had him in his pocket, and we're just kind of like pulling these strawberry laces out. Next thing, this roast pork dinner comes out, and we're sat there with Harry Kane, Harry Maguire, all sorts of people coming out with their family having a roast dinner. We ate it up. We got on the train and came home, and it was a bit surreal. So in return, I said, well, you've got me some tickets to a football game, I should do that in return. So it was, I can't remember who they were playing. They won, and it was that year we went on that nice run and we ended up playing Chelsea. We sat in the family stand. I actually took my sister and my niece with me on the same day. And he loved it. He absolutely loved it. So now him and another one of his friends, they're season ticket holders. So I do think, even though I had a great day, I think he might have got the best out of it, because now he gets to watch the mighty Chesterfield regularly. Same guy actually said to me on one of the games, he said, do you want a tailgate? And I'm thinking, well, yeah, but I mean, you know where Chesterfield is. Seems a bit strange. But I said, yeah, so anyway, we pulled out and he follows me, and I make sure I take it nice and steady over from the Hope Valley into Chesterfield so he can be behind me. We park next to each other. And then the next thing he does, he opens the boot of his car, and he's got hot dogs and pasties and sauces and drinks and all sorts. I'm like, what are you doing? He said, this is tailgating. Apparently in America, when they go to a game, they have all this food in the back. Some people even take barbecues. They open up the boot and they all share food with each other. I just thought he wanted me to show him the directions to the ground. So I'd gone with nothing. I think I had a packet of chewing gum in the glove box. So I know what tailgating is now. But you know what'll happen? Someone will want directions one day and I'll get the wrong end of the stick and I'll pull out a full roast beef dinner. I've got some blue in the comments there. Should have actually told him I was doing this. He'd definitely buy some. I suppose he got all February, but he'd like to see it. Very nice, thank you. It's I've had a steady stream of people watching, which is nice. Wonder if I can try and get you a bit closer now. Paul's happy from a Chesterfield. Have you got your tickets, Paul? Have you bought a raffle ticket? Richard's on from New Zealand. He's a regular who watches on the channel. He said he was going to try and pop in and say hello. Used to live in Derbyshire. Used to play rugby in Buxton. Matlock. Doing Matlock. North Island, New Zealand. 2 people from New Zealand. I feel like Chesterfield fans could be some of the nicest in the country. Because I work every other weekend. I take my daughter to college in Chesterfield, and I'll go to the gym, Queen's Park Gym. Sometimes she's only there for like an hour. Sometimes she's there for a couple. So I'll go to Queen's Park Gym, and I'll wear my Chesterfield shirt, and I can go to the gym, and then I can go to Morris and do shopping. People in the gym will give me, like, other town fans will give me a fist pump, which is nice. It is a lovely fan base. Went to the York game, do you know, straight after the floods, and we sat near the York fans, me and a friend from work on top, and they gave us some serious abuse about flooding after Chesterfield was underwater. And I thought, wow, I mean, isn't York one of the most flooded counties in the country? It's always on the news for getting flooded. I couldn't believe it. It's all going to start to change in a minute. I'm nearly got enough material moved that we can start putting a bit of needle on there. We'll just start giving it a bit, start coming to life a little. Can't imagine there's many of you, if any of you, been on from the beginning. But if you have so far, give yourself a pat on the back. It's nearly been an hour. Who's JT? Maybe I'll tap in a certain rhythm and you'll be able to tell me if that's it. I noticed you having a little conversation about why the spire's crooked. I was told as a kid that there were some family friends we had at the time who moved away. It was their auntie, she was called Jo. She sat on it and made it crooked. Right, I'm going to do a bit of needling, because that'll give me, take it down another level, and then we can neaten all that side up. Untreated one. So this is about consistent blows. You know, I've just been looking at comments and I didn't really put two and two together that Dave Brown, who lives in the Plague Village with that cheeky little grin on his profile picture, is actually my best mate. Maybe you can be a Chesterfield fan for the afternoon. So his dad's a United fan, but I don't think Dave actually holds too many holds too much allegiance to United, really. He's not a massive football fan. He likes the big international games. He got really into the Women's World Cup. But maybe you can be a Chesterfield fan for the afternoon. He works in Chesterfield. Well, works loosely. Gets through some tea, that lad. Can you see I've put these, I don't know if you can quite see them on this angle, but I've put some wedges in here just to keep the point off the bottom of the stone so I don't want that chipping. You might see it on the next angle. I know this is not football related, but has anybody got the cricket score? $54. Well, fingers crossed. One slip definitely snap. It's not really bothered me about breaking stone when you're doing new things. So I've always just kind of had this attitude. Start again. It's just another piece of stone. Until I started doing them live, especially for charity, thinking actually that wouldn't be ideal. My wife I should have one behind the scenes like Blue Peter. Here's one I made earlier, but I mean it's a bit of a commitment to make two. Quite like getting to this point here, because I know when they go around it now it's all going to start coming to life. It's really going to start to we'll start be able to see something. So who can remember where they were? That the Middlesbrough game, 1997. Chuck it in the comments. Let me know. I remember I was a very young man, sat on my floor of my grandparents' house, watching the build-up on the TV, and then watching the game with my uncle coming on and his son getting on the coach to watch the game. They went to watch the game. Me and my dad and stayed at the grandparents and watched it. And I think they had a bit of everything. And I think there's been a few times when I kind of fell in love with football, but that was definitely one of them. I was saying this on the Legends of the Spire podcast, the excitement when Bruno knocked that ball in at back post. Yeah, I will never forget being sat on that floor. I'm not even sure I could cross my legs now, but I was sat on the floor with my legs crossed, watching it, jumping all over. And my nan gave me, in a half-pint flamingo glass, half filled with pure apple juice and a half filled with lemonade. That was the treat for the day while I was watching the game. I remember up and down the streets, flags and banners and good luck town, good luck Chesterfield Sparrites. And that referee, I forget his name, someone told him the other day actually, he went on the Question of Sport not long after and got booed off. Yeah, that's it. So I was Old Trafford, just trying to read back through the comments about touching the phone too much. Still not welcome in Chesterfield to this day, that is true. Richard's got to go to bed. That is the problem from living on the other side of the world. Well, thanks for joining in. It's been nice of you to tune in. We wouldn't problem now with the referee, would we? We would have the VAR. It's I don't know, I'm not a massive fan of VAR. I think it's taken away something, but for that day, maybe I would have been a fan. It's not consistent. The video technology in cricket and rugby and all the other games works, it just seems to work so well, and the players on the other sports seem to have a lot more respect for it, especially in the rugby. Yeah, I remember that actually. I remember seeing that technology somewhere. That had been, kind of seen something about it. I'm trying to think where now to prove that it's crossed the line. So if you're only just tuning in, there's a couple of things I need you to do. If you're a Chesterfield fan, put something blue in the comments. If you could hit the thumbs up button, that'd be great, to show that you appreciate what we're doing here. And secondly, go and tell your friends or other Chesterfield fans who might want to win this hand-carved crest, which is starting to come to life a little bit now. Go and tell them about it. Share it on social media, ring them, use Morse code, send a carrier pigeon, or even go and knock on the door. Let's see how many people we can get to watch it, because the more people watch it, the more people are likely to buy a raffle ticket to win this for £5, and all the money's going to the club community garden, the club memorial garden, sorry, and the Ernie Moss Fund. It's a great cause. It'd be nice to raise a decent amount of money. So I'm just going to now, there we go, some blue in. Let's move it back a little bit. I like seeing some blue and white. Yeah, Paul's right there. Ernie Moss is a true legend, and doing this job for me, it's a real honour to be doing it. As a Chesterfield fan, and I was never lucky enough to see Ernie Moss play. I'm too young. But it's Ernie Moss. Every Chesterfield fan knows about Ernie Moss. I remember my PE teacher telling me about Ernie Moss. My PE teacher, for a very small amount of time, played for Chesterfield. He's a guy called Colin Tart. Actually played against George Bethel, and in the write-up for it, or they asked him for a bit of some information. He said he was the worst left back he'd ever played against. So you can imagine as students that went down well when we got hold of that information. Whether that information was true or not, but that's what was said at school. So yeah, but he used to tell us about Ernie Moss all the time. That's Ernie Moss. Well, not just Ernie Moss, there must be some fantastic names associated with the game and the Memorial Garden. So it's nice that it's for everyone. Brian's blue. You can hear that, I'm just sharpening a chisel. Paul Kerry, I've also just read the Ernie Moss book this month. Fantastic read. There isn't a single little story in that book what doesn't say he's a gentleman and put 100% effort into playing the game. And he had that football knowledge. That explains why Neil Warnock signed him later on in his career to bring that experience to the team. Someone put local boy made good, but it is a great read, and the money from that is also for charity. So get out there and buy that book. If you're unsure about the book, I know I've mentioned it a couple of times already though today, but on the podcast and the Legends of the Spire, there's a nice interview on there about the Ernie Moss book. That's worth a watch. So I keep looking back to read some of the comments. Moss and Miller, that's the sports clothes shop. Cricketing legend. Saw in the book that Ian Botham opened the shop and then cut the ribbon. Open that up again. Okay, we've got 14 thumbs up. 90 minutes in. How do you reckon we're doing? Is it starting to come to life a little bit? Can you see what we're doing? the Tinker's Shop. So the Tinker's Shop is somebody who watches the channel. Actually sent me a message yesterday asking if the slight haze on the camera 16. Look at that. Flying. So yeah, as I was saying, the Tinker's Shop saying if it was a slight haze on the camera was from dust in the workshop. But the workshop's not dusty, especially not this one. It's got open doors. It's only really for chiselling this stuff. One of them gets really dusty. I have to wear these big old respirators. Well, I used to until I changed my job. I used to wear these big old respirators. £1,000 each, they all new. Amazing things. Really, really amazing things actually. You change the filters. You can change them every break time. Clean them out if you want, or they'll last a while. But anyway, this poor old camera, what I used to film stuff and make my actual videos, not my live streams, has had a bit of a hard life. And I didn't realise how bad it was until the Tinker's Shop said. So I went and looked at one of my old videos last night, and actually it is getting ready. The screen it's had a rough life. It needs retiring. Or needs putting in the background for an emergency. It wasn't an expensive camera in the first place. But no, while I was all protected from the dust, the camera's had it rough. And then actually, one mistake I made one day was to try and clean it out with an airline, which kind of forced the dust inside a little bit worse. So it went on the lens. I was saying it looks clear now. Well, different. And so I'm doing this, streaming this on my phone, which is a good point. Let me just make sure I've got everything plugged in for in case we need any battery. You might just wobble a little bit. There we go. And the other times I'm filming it on my camera. Panasonic camera I bought 3 years ago, 4 years ago. It's nice to have a few of the regular people who watch the channel, not just for this one-off special for Chesterfield and Ernie Moss. It's nice to come on and show the support. looking for me 4mm chisel. That's not 4mm. Do you know, I have a tool rack or a magnet where I keep all my chisels on. But then I pick them up and put them down. I've got a shelf underneath instead of putting them on the rack, which is the easiest place to find them. Are any of you like that in your workshop or your shed or doing a job? So hopefully, as people see this coming to life now, rather than just being a bit of graphite on a piece of stone, people start to understand it, and hopefully they'll want to buy some tickets, some raffle tickets. Or if you've enjoyed so far watching me carve, still got a long way to go, and you think you'd like to have a go and do it yourself, it can be really therapeutic. It's in my job I run a couple of courses for people, and they really enjoy it. It's something you can get lost in, a bit like drawing or painting. So yeah, if you fancy having a go at making something out of stone or carving stone, if you like to subscribe to the channel, there's over 150 different videos about stonework, dry stone walling, stone carving, lettering, what tools you're going to need, lots of different projects I've done over the years. You might even recognise some of them when you're driving around. We were shipping them all over the world only a couple of years back before I decided it was time for a change. You might surprising the amount of people are sending messages from all over the place saying, "Oh, what's your channel?" And it's made me want to buy a set of chisels, made me want to have a go myself. I want to restore my house sign, I want to make a new house sign, or I wasn't looking for your channel but I stumbled across it and I'm going to have it as my new hobby. So that's a tinker shot asking, so I'll answer that. No, I don't hear the tapping. I've normally always got my headphones in my AirPods when I'm working on my own. I've blocked it out, so I'm tapping away now for 8 or 9 years in total. And before that I was a dry stone waller for 7 years, so I was dressing stone a lot. No, I don't hear the tapping. It might sound actually louder on the camera, but what I do if I'm thinking about a project like this last night, I was thinking, right, what order am I going to do it? How am I going to do this? I will kind of visualise a project. which I do with a lot of stuff. I try and put myself in a scenario or how I'm going to run a job at work and play it through in my mind in a positive way. Try not to overthink it, thinking, right, that's going to break, I'm going to do that, or I'm going to be doing a demonstration on planting trees, because at the minute I'm planting 12,000 trees with all different groups, like probation groups, additional needs groups, all through the Peak Park. I can have 40, 50 people on a really busy day looking at me to do a demonstration, and some days I can have 5 or 6. And I try not to overthink it that I'm going to trip over with a spade in my hand. So I try and do it in a positive way. I think about how I demonstrate how to plant a tree in the best way so people understand it and then take it away. And also want the tree to have the best chance of success. So no, I don't go to bed thinking about or hearing the hammering of the chisel, but I definitely fall asleep thinking about jobs. Sometimes fishing. So 67 for 1 on the cricket there, thanks for that. Is that close of play? It's got to be getting close. Yeah, close the play. So Tinker's Shop watched a video I did yesterday for reviewing a cheap set of stone chisels online, and unfortunately they don't post to the States. But I didn't actually find out whereabouts in the States you were. So I reviewed not the cheapest set of stone chisels I've ever reviewed, but it was £15.59 for 4 chisels. It came all the way from China. It did take a while to get here, but for £15.59 for 4 chisels, I was impressed. They were good. So it's like what I was saying earlier, if you want to give this a go, you have to spend a lot of money. Well, I started off with a claw hammer and a wood chisel. The biggest tip I could give to anybody who's wanting to start out doing this: decent music. Kind of lose yourself in that world of music, and that's what you can call it, art. It's craft in a way. Is that 19 thumbs up? Flying. That is actually a personal best for a live stream. '21. We're breaking records like Chesterfield season. It is a hell of a season. when we lost the manager a couple of years ago before Cook came, I kind of thought, oh God, like, typical. I just felt something, but actually, sometimes it works out for the best, and it definitely has worked out for the best. I'm carving this in honour of a few Chesterfield names, but the legend Ernie, and actually Paul Cook is a bit of a Chesterfield legend. "12 wins and 43 goals to beat the records set by Wrexham." Can we do it? Is it a record for, have we got a record season for us personally, or is that's obviously a league record? It's a Chesterfield record. Chisel up. Imagine doing that, Paul Cook statue. Just got it in the garden, and every time I walk past I just do a little bit more each time. Doing another carving for a charity soon, well, I say soon, this half of the year. So I got contacted by a lady who's trying to raise some money for defibrillators in grassroots football, and I said I'd get involved in that, but I wanted to start off with the Chesterfield, start off strong. Now what I'm going to do is, that's not finished on this side, but it's to a point where I can leave it and move on to the next side. Just going to knock some of the points off of these, and then I'll do the same here, and then we'll move back over here later on this afternoon just to neaten it up. So what I like to do, we levelled it off with that point. Now I just like to go over and just flatten it. Show you the difference in a minute. Once you've flattened them like this, take the level down one more step, which is what we're looking for. that off. And go around neating it all up, and then we'll get the point again. Whatever you like to call it. I'll just find it on the massive chisels. And then I'm going to go around, but this time a lot tighter. And you can see the difference on the camera. Not as aggressive. I'm not swinging. I'm just on that really tight little bit of texture. So the hammer, I don't know if you can see that, the hammer's moving very little. 20mm maybe. It's consistent. Then brush it. I don't know if you'd be able to see that, but that there is a lot tighter than this. So once I've gone around and flattened it, I'll do that on it all and it'll give it a nicer texture. This is quite aggressive at the minute. How do you get the tickets for the raffle? Great question. So I've mentioned it a few times. A little refresher for anyone who's just tuned in. You can buy the tickets for the raffle in multiple places. There's a link in the description here. There might even be a link at the top of the page. What you can see, there's also, you can go on the Community Trust website. Lots of links on social media. Tickets are only £5. You can buy as many as you like. Go to a great cause. Let's go to the Ernie Moss Fund and the garden, the club garden, the memorial garden. So it'd be nice to all feel like we're a part of it. So yeah, go on. You can nip over now. Buy your tickets and then come straight back and drop a comment in below and tell me if you bought yourself a ticket. I'm hoping when Phil comes back on later, if he comes back on later, we might have scared him off. I'm hoping he'll give us an update on how many we've sold. So last update I had, which was a couple of days ago, we sold £180 of. Somebody said to me how great this would look in the garden, in the memorial garden. How long have I been streaming? 115 minutes. And I'm definitely ready for a top up on the coffin. We've got a ways to go. It's a long time to listen to me drone on that. It'd be like entering the world of my wife for one day, listening to me rattle on. My daughter's always got headphones on, and I'm not even convinced she's got music on most of the time. I think she's just pretending so I don't talk to her. 22 likes. I would say one thing about the stream so far. It's had a nice consistent amount of people watching, and I'm sorry if I miss any of the comments. It's not that easy to carve and keep looking. Thank you for the support, Paul. At one point I read that was Paul Cook. Maybe we can get some of the players to buy some tickets. So someone said right at the beginning, when it gets tough and your arms are aching and the coffee pot's empty and you've still got a long way to go, imagine we're slicing through the Bromley defence. Be patient and find a way through to carry on. We're not quite there yet. It's a good job because we've got plenty to do. Don't forget, if you're new on and you're a Chesterfield fan, drop some blue and white, some blue in the comments. Thought I'd done then, got a bit more there. So if you were to win this, what would you do with it? So things I've made in the past, well, I've made hundreds and hundreds of different things for people in the past, but a few football crests I've made. One guy's built his Sheffield United one into the wall named Pond. There's a Man United one in another person's garden. There's another couple of Sheffield United ones what are inside people's houses. What would you do with it? If I had a games room, I'd hang it up in my games room. But I don't have a games room. I quite like the idea of it inside. shift a bit more material on the other side. What is that? From Shay. So that is the Chesterfield football crest. Early stages. It's we're auctioning it. Well, we're not auctioning it. We're raffling it off to try and raise some money. That's what that is. So it's carved on a piece of Derbyshire stone, and it's a Chesterfield badge. I'm just going to move the camera. Like I said at the beginning, every now and again I'll have to move it. You can see the wedges I was talking about now. So I put these on just to stop the point down here. So Kerry Moody is asking, would it weather if it was kept outside? So no, it won't weather too much because I was going to seal it, unless whoever wins it wants it to weather. So I might leave it, and then whoever wins, I can give them the option. I can seal it for them and then bring it to them, or they can have it as it is. So once I've finished carving, I'm hoping it's going to get displayed in the club shop so people can see it. So whoever wins it, and they are having it outside and they want it sealed so it doesn't weather, I'll happily give them the seal, tell them how to do it, or I'll happily take it away and do it myself. Inside it'd be fine as it is, and this is going to be one placed in the garden. Not at the moment, no. There's been a couple of people who've bought tickets I know of who, if win it, are going to put it in the garden. They're going to give it, they're going to donate it to the garden so it can be in the garden. But then me and Sarah Moss did have a quick conversation how nice it would be to have something like this in the garden, or something similar but different. Maybe for Ernie, who could have Ernie's shirt with his name on it. And then there was also the idea of carving the old badge. That angle's okay, you can still see. That's another one of the regulars, Thomas Robinson, who's just bought some chisels. He's going to be carving his own house on. So that's nice for his support. He says we're doing a grand job. There's actually a discount code on my channel at the minute, so anyone who's wanting to buy some chisels can buy them from a company called Southern Stone. I've been working behind the scenes with Southern Stone to get a discount code for my subscribers. It's not one of them discount codes where every time something's sold I make some money out of it. It's all about getting the best discount for the subscribers, and they just get to save some money. There's a video on my channel if you're in the market for some chisels and you want a discount on them. They sell all sorts. They sell beginners kits, carving some Maltese, limestone. They sell more advanced stuff. Got a good selection in a really nice family run business. "46 tickets sold already." Wow. That's incredible. £230. Very nice. Well, that is going to go great towards the memorial. the memorial garden, and the Ernie was fun. So I've just texted my wife asking her to put the kettle on. I've just texted my wife asking her to put the kettle on so I can run up, have a quick toilet break, and bring my coffee down. So I'm hoping you'll be all be able to talk amongst yourselves for what, 2 or 3 minutes. See if you can drop some blue and white in there. Have a chat about Chesterfield, chat about stone carving, or your favourite memory of Ernie Moss, your favourite memory of Chesterfield. There's a couple of regulars on. I've beaten you. Oh wow, it definitely have beaten me there. I'll have a good read of that. I do try and go back over some of the comments, because it's not easy to read them all. But, so any of the regulars who are on, do me a favour, try and keep everyone entertained while I'm gone. I'll be back 2 minutes. back. Fresh coffee. Just ordered some chisels. So I think I might have beaten your low end. Stone carving tools, chisels. $6.58, 53, £5.70. That's amazing. And what Brian said, why don't we take the opportunity to text or phone our friends? Drum up some support for Matty. That's a great one. It's got Green, he's a member of the channel. Mr. Dave Brown, he's just brewed up. He loves to brew, that lad. I'm just going to move you there a little bit so you can get a better angle. So I know, like we spoke about earlier, that Mr. Brown is not a Chesterfield fan, but what Mr. Brown could do, he could buy a ticket and he could donate, if he wins, he could donate the plaque to the memorial garden. Would it be nice if we could go off this live stream at the end of the day and we sold £300 worth of tickets? $23 likes on the page. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Let me know. Now it's starting to take shape a little bit. We move this here and we put this in. We're really getting somewhere. And let me know if you like it. Let me know how it's looking. Different to 10 o'clock this morning. Someone asked me when I became a Chesterfield fan. I was talking to him about this the other day. I can't remember the year. It was before '97, and the only thing I can remember going to Saltergate with my dad and my uncle, who were both big set fellas. Remember, my head was pretty much in eye line with the bars. You know, I'm sure they were yellow. It's obviously a long time ago. I remember them as being yellow. Supporters bars you'd lean on, and my head was about level with them, or I was just underneath them. I remember pushing my head against them. I remember watching the game and we were 3-0 up, half time, and my uncle turned to me and said, or turned to me dad and looked down and kind of said, we may as well go home, you should never lose from 3-0. And I think it was at that point I realised, at the end of the game we drew 3-3, and it was at that point I realised that Chesterfield are really capable of throwing a lead away. Apart from this season, it was for a long time. It seemed to be in our DNA to be able to do this. Like teams knew that last 10 minutes was theirs. But that was the day I fell in love with football, or Chesterfield. I remember being there. We stood between them, and there's all these rowdy fans of people screaming and chanting, and I felt so safe. I felt really, really safe there. Seeing them. There were so many people. It was also the day I realised toilets at football grounds are disgusting. That is a smell that can't be matched. You come out the toilet thinking, Jesus, and then you go and buy a pie and a Bovril. Luckily the new toilets are nowhere near as bad. I used to work at a place, I had a business at a place, I'll not name it, it's a bit harsh, and the toilets were that ropey, I used to joke that's where COVID started. That's some great days watching Chesterfield play. Me and my dad went on the bus down to Wembley, the Johnston Paint Cup final. We lost. We were playing without a recognised striker. I think we lost 3-1. Bought the new shirt especially for the occasion. My uncle was there, my cousin was there. It's a decent day. Been to some nice games this year. Hoping to go to a few more coming up. The problem is, I like to go, like I say, I work every other weekend, and Tuesday nights is great, but I also play football on a Tuesday. I don't want to stop playing football on a Tuesday too much because it's good for the waistline. But we don't always have enough players, so sometimes it's a bit gutted because you could go to the game but you haven't organised it. Hey, there's Uncle Dave. Uncle Dave's watching. Says it's looking good. Still a long way to go. It's I'd say early stages. We've been doing it for what, an hour and 2.5 hours. But it's that last hour where it's really going to come together. Very nearly, I've got this friend who I went volunteering with in France this year. Well, I say this year, last year now. I'm still not used to 2024. Called Nick Tilley. Nick Tilley is the lead goal scorer in appearance for Matlock Town, and I think he might have had some stories about Ernie Moss. I was going to ring him. Just time got away from me to ask him, but I bet he would. have to go. 7:30 a.m. Well, thanks for watching. I appreciate it, especially since you're a regular on the channel. It's really nice for you to come on and show your support, and I'm glad you've enjoyed it. You never know, you might see some pictures on the community page. That is a good question there from Carolyn, who is also a member of the channel. So what I really like is this smoothness, because it connects here, here and here. So I don't want to lose this smoothness on top of the letters, because normally I just kind of curve them round and the letters would be curved. So what I'm thinking of doing, let's find a pencil. So what I'm thinking of doing is just here, just carving a nice groove so it defines them. I don't want to start going down the line of carving, because I like that, like I say, I like that smoothness. I think it locks it all together. So we're just going to put here a nice line, nice V-shaped line like we would with lettering, just in a few places, and I think that'll just define it enough. And if that doesn't work, then we can think about curving it and shaping it round and under, which is the second option. I would like to try and keep that smoothness, but it might not be. We might get to the end and realise we can't do that, but we're going to give it a good go. So yeah, I was saying bye to Tinker's Shop in Ohio. Thanks for watching. I'm glad you've enjoyed it, and I think I've answered that question. And Dave's going to enjoy his bacon sandwich. Don't forget, if you're just tuning in, drop some colour in the comments. I know I keep repeating it, but it's nice to see who's on, who's a Chesterfield fan. So anything blue and white emoji, stick it in the comments, show your support. Text your friends and family members. Time to come and have a look at it. Time to buy raffle tickets. I'd really like to get to £300 worth of raffle tickets before we finish this stream. If anyone can keep me updated, that'd be great. Somebody told me not long ago we're on 46. Slurp of coffee, needed that. So the one I'm going to be carving for defibrillators in grassroots football. So the lady is Nottingham Forest fan. She's trying to raise it through that. So we might do the forest crest, which should be nice. Quite simple to do actually. I like doing a bit of charitable work nowadays. We had a conversation quite early on the stream about why the spider's crooked. There's some interesting theories or family members have told them over the years and have stuff. So if you've got any interesting reasons why it's crooked, drop them in the comments. Let's hear them. So somebody said their uncle sat on it and farted. And we had some information about the tradesmen were unfortunately passed away in the plague, and then the people who came to finish it didn't use treated timber, so it warped. And we had a bit more information about lead. Somebody turned the devil's head and it twisted. The one about the devil I've heard a few times actually. Probably shouldn't repeat it in case the punchline offends anybody from Chesterfield. I have one member on the channel who's he's Texas. I'm sure Kevin's from Texas. There's that many people from all these different places, I can never remember them all. But he on a Wednesday night he plans his lunch break at work around the 7 o'clock live carving, so we can have about half an hour, 40 minutes having a chat, see what we're carving out while he has his lunch break. He's a mason, so he fits a lot of bathrooms and showers and stuff with stone cladding. Really good, really impressive. Sometimes after I've done a live carving, I'll go in and say to the wife and kids, oh, Kevin said this, or Graham said this, or Brian said this, and I say, oh, you've got an online friend. Like, they like mocking me because they've got an online friend. So we've just jumped up from 15 people watching to 21. And out of them 21, who's a Chesterfield fan? Put something in the comments. Introduce yourself, or just stick a a blue and white, stick a thumbs up or a blue and white emoji in there. Let's see how many we've got. And if you are a Chesterfield fan, have you bought a ticket to be able to win this? £5 a ticket. It can be bought on the Trust website. There's links all over social media. There's links in the description to this channel. £5 and it goes to the Community Garden, Memorial Garden Fund and the Ernie Moss Fund. Two great causes. You can all be a part of it. So this is a piece of Derbyshire stone from Breton in the Hope Valley, shaped and polished by myself, marked on, and now I'm carving it. And one thing I learned about Ernie Moss after talking to his daughter is that how much Ernie in his later stages in life used to love going out for a walk and collecting pieces of the stone. So she was really excited and really wanted me to get across the connection with the stone. And obviously Ernie's beloved Chesterfield Football Club. And if you've read the Ernie Moss book, you'll know there's not a single person in football or Chesterfield that's got a bad word to say about Ernie. He gave everything 100%, and he's a true gentleman and a family man. So much his two daughters have done. When you're reading the book, how much they've done, and the Ernie Moss Day and the charitable events they've put on. The family's obviously very proud of them. And the family's obviously very proud of what Ernie achieved. And for me to be a part of it as a Chesterfield fan, yeah, it's a pinch yourself moment at times. Something carved in stone, and you've got it associated not just with Ernie Moss, the other people associated to the club, but tributes in the garden. And we're carving this in stone. It'll be around forever. It's yeah, it's going to have a different feel when I walk past on game night. And what a positive season we're having. Great time to be doing this with the positivity around the club. I'd love to know where people are as they're watching this. Are they watching it on their laptops, sat on the couch, a a little bit damp outside. It's not too bad, it's just a bit windy. I'm watching it at the side of a football pitch on your phone. The kids are playing football. Have you got it propped up in the kitchen? Are you listening to it on your headphones as you're prepping the Sunday dinner? The beef's going in the oven. Oh, we've had some people from New Zealand. Bedtime for them now though, so could still have a couple of people. Are they watching it while they're sat laid in bed? Or you my neighbours watching it thinking, I wish you'd shut up banging with that hammer. How much more has he got to go? Unfortunately, a bit. We know Mr. Brown is watching it while eating a bacon sandwich. And if I was guessing, the mushroom man would be sat having a sandwich himself on the couch watching it. Well, there's something else on in the background. He'll have his headphones on, possibly watching it on his phone or his laptop. His phone, I would guess. Maybe there'll be some people tuning in. So you got a little bit, I was going to say, to watch the Man United and Tottenham and West Ham game. Could be quite dull, they might tune in and watch this instead. I'll tell you what wasn't dull. That Scotland and Wales game yesterday, the rugby. A friend from work, and I knew I shouldn't have done it. As soon as I did it, I thought, I'm going to regret this. I sent him a message of me sat with my feet up, and I weren't even really watching it fully, but I kind of staged this photo of me sat in front of the TV with my feet up in a drink watching the Scotland game. So I'm really enjoying this because he's Welsh. And then literally as soon as I pressed send, he got a try, and then he got Scotland got someone sent to the sin bin, and then I kind of was coming to throw it, and I thought, oh my god, they're going to do it, I'm going to regret this message. But I just got away with it. Only just. Take the tops off that again, like the other side. my hammer for a minute. So I really like this hammer, but when you're doing the consistent blows, it can get heavy. But it's a lovely hammer. Who was it in the comments earlier? I wonder if somebody could scroll back through to me and have a look. Who was it who told us the amount of tickets were sold? 46. Who was that? If they're still on, it'd be great to get an update to see if we're progressing or we're still on the same. Whip round that one more time. Joe Dart, that's it. Joe Dart's not on anymore. I'm not sure if he is or not, but maybe somebody else could go on the link as if they was going to buy a raffle ticket, and he might tell you how many have been sold there. And while you're there, you may as well buy a raffle ticket. I keep seeing Brown Dave's name on there, and I keep thinking, oh, maybe I'll tell people about this story from being Dave. And I think, oh, probably not actually. Probably not actually. We'll probably set a bad example to the younger generation. Great times though. Nothing, we've not done anything really naughty, just probably irresponsible is the word. We went fishing once with my dad on the Norfolk Broads, and we thought it'd be really funny for like 2 weeks before to buy a firework, because we go fishing on the Norfolk Broads every year for a week. About 2 o'clock in the morning, we thought it'd be really funny to buy a firework and make him jump. He's a little bit deaf, my dad, so you can catch him off guard quite easy, but also he's one of the people who's he's got selective hearing. He's deaf when he wants to be deaf. If you open a packet of crisps, he hears that a mile away, especially if it's a share bag. But you ask him to load the dishwasher, no chance. He's bad ear. So anyway, we went fishing on the Norfolk Broads and we bought this firework to see what it's for. And every time we spoke about me and Dave, we were giddy anyway, because we're going on a fishing holiday. The boys are going on a fishing holiday. We do it every year. We get a bit childish. So we bought this firework and we were going to set it off behind him at 2 o'clock in the morning. And then just as we're about to do it, we start giggling and laughing and joking, and then realise, actually, my dad's got a bad heart and he takes medication, and actually, it could finish him off. That could be it. It could end up in River Fern on Norfolk Broads at Potterite, and that could be the last time we see him. So we ummed and ahed and we're giggling and giggling and giggling. It probably made us giggle more knowing that could happen. Well, we went for it. We risked it. We thought it. Luckily, Bryce selective hearing was on good form that day, and he heard us giggling and he was expecting something, so we never really budged. But that's the type of thing over the years me and Dave have got up to. A little bit scampy at times. Yeah, Dave will put laughing emojis in there because he'll remember that now. At the time we bought a mattress from Queen's Road in Sheffield, and we had nothing to take down with after we bought it, so we tried to hold it on the roof and drove past a policeman. That wasn't great. So, Joe, only thing we were asking about is if who it was who gave us the update on the amount of tickets we've sold earlier. That was all. I've not actually listened to the After the Whistle podcast. I need to do that myself. We've got plenty of tidying up to do at some point. I'm wanting to shift all the material and leave myself just really a percentage of tidying up to do at the end. So I'm going to do this bit now, and maybe I can move the angle a little bit so you can see a bit better. So the plan is really, when people are watching this, it's not really, you don't have to stick around all day, just drop in and out. But while you've dropped out, try and strong arm somebody else to come in and watch you. We're just coming up to the end of hour 2. We'll be going into nearly done 3 hours. That's a delicate bit up there, isn't it? Santa's on from New York, another regular of the channel. Thanks for joining. And so Santa was on the other day when I was carving the Spudman. A little impromptu carving on Friday. I hope everything's good in New York. Wow. At 8 AM. People who've been watching for a while on today on here, it's well, that's not actually one below. People who've been watching for a while, so I was saying, sorry, I got distracted there. I've been watching for a while. See the amount of people we've had on from different places around the world. $48 tickets. We've crept up. Tag anybody you can on Facebook to come over and have a look and to buy a ticket. Maybe somebody who follows Swally Walton on Facebook. Tag him in it. I know he's a Man United fan. I did a job for him a few years ago, a bird bath. He's got a good following. Somebody tag him in it. Say, there's a guy carving the Chesterfield package, raising money. It's a Chesterfield lad raising money for the club. Get your subscribers on there. Get them to have a look. A lot of his subscribers are from Chesterfield. Send him a message, get on the link. Some of you might know it. It's all for a good cause. Like Kerry says, it's £5. And I understand we live in a world where everything's expensive. And to some people, £5 a lot of money. It's not to be sniffed at. You can do a lot with £5, but if you can stretch to spending £5 on a ticket, please do. If you can stretch to more, perfect. But it'd be lovely to raise as much money as we can for the Club Memorial Garden and the Ernie Moss Fund. £48 is incredible. Dave Brown, or Brown Dave, is yeah, that is incredible. 48. There's 21 people on here. There's got to be a Chesterfield fan. If you've done it already today, if you've done it 3 or 4 times, it doesn't matter. Stick a comment in with a bit of blue and white. We've had fans on from all around the world. We've had people on from all around the world. We could potentially have a record-breaking year at Chesterfield, and this would always be from that season. I don't want to touch wood, I'm not jinxing anything, but it could be a promotion season. What a great thing to have in your house or in your garden, to say the club crest hand carved in Derbyshire stone by the Chesterfield farm, raising money for the club and earning Moss on promotion year. I want to win it myself. This up. There is a few birds tweeting away in the background, Brian. It's not the nicest day in the Peak District, but there's still a few birds about. I did fill the feeders up yesterday, probably helps. tell you a little bit of a story about one of our subscribers who's a regular. Graham, you've probably heard me mention him a couple of times today already, but the commitment to the channel that man showed this Wednesday. He was on his honeymoon and he'd gone to Tunisia on his honeymoon, and he got permission from his newly married wife to have a little bit of time out at 7 o'clock that evening so he could join in on the stone carving live on the community. That is commitment. Would you dare ask? Would you do that old thing of like, oh, that carving thing's on tonight, I'm not that bothered about going. There's a few likes to be there, but I'm not that bothered really. Hoping it'd say, you go love, it's fine, are you sure? Amazing commitment, that. So Graham carves all different bits. Not carves, so draws all different bits. An amazing drawer. If you subscribe to the channel, I've got some pictures actually on the community page at the moment of knots he's drawn. And what he's done, he's drawn some Celtic knots so everybody can carve them. So the plan is, at last count, the channel had 4,290 subscribers, I think I recognise that number from when we went live this morning. Could have lost a few today actually. We're droning on, but that's what it was at last count. So the plan is, out of them subscribers, if we can get a few of us who want to carve these knots from Graham, you can send me a message, send me an email, and I'll send them a PDF of the drawing. They can download it, they can mark it onto their material, whether that's stone, slate, wood, or paper, cardboard. They might want to cut it out, however they want to do it. And within that week, a bit longer if needed, we'll all be carving around the world, like you've seen with our people from New York, New Zealand, Luxembourg, all over Canada. Got some regulars from Canada. We'll all be carving the same design. And then we'll send pictures of it in finished, half finished, wherever we're at. And we can all have a look at each other's work. I like the idea that we're all connected by this one little YouTube channel, a tiny little workshop. And we'll all be carving the same thing. So if you want to get involved in that, if you're experienced at carving or woodwork or however it is, or you just fancy, just have a go. There's nobody on this channel who's going to judge. It's just like having a natter on a Wednesday night and doing a bit of carving. And showing each other what we've been up to. But sometimes people ask for advice, whether it's stonework or just in life. We had somebody come on the other day who was having a hard time at work. She was getting bullied from the boss, doing an apprenticeship. So just wanted someone to chat to, and the whole community rallied together and tried to help her figure out the situation. Even got somebody from the States offering to give her a job. In what city is Chesterfield FC located? Well, that's Chesterfield. The city of Chesterfield in Derbyshire. Best team in the National League. There's 19 points to prove it. I actually feel that there's a little bit there. I was saying this on the Legends of the Spire podcast. Watching Notts County and Wrexham and where they've gone up and where they are in the League Two, I feel confident with the style of football we play, the players we've got, the manager we've got, that when we go up, we're going to be all right. I feel feel like the club is in a good place. See if I've got any coffee left. No. Yep. Brown Day's right. Sheffield. I suppose Derby. Not far away from Nottingham. Look at that, Carl's watching in Cleethorpes. I quite like Cleethorpes. I took the kids to Cleethorpes a few years back and we watched the 100-year anniversary of the RAF, and they did that flyover on the beach. That was great with the red arrows. Really enjoyed it. Kids loved it. Well, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Season ticket. Oh, that's a decent commute. You know, never owned a season ticket in Chesterfield. I've never had enough time where I felt right, it's worth the money. And I know the money goes into the club for other stuff, but I've never had that time where I thought it's right to buy one, but it is definitely on the bucket list. My children are getting older now. One's away in the forces, so the eldest one is at university to be a policeman, final year. Absolutely smashing it out of the park. And we've got, that's Fred, and then we've got Sam, who's in the forces. He's in the Remy Corps. He's the just got some news about a posting yesterday, which has unsettled his mum slightly. But he'll be excited, that's what Sam's like. And then we've got Lily, who's at Chesterfield College. So she's growing up, she's doing A-levels. She wants to go off to university in London, ideally, to learn classics. And then we've got young Henry, who's not that young. He's last year of GCSE, so children are growing up quick. So I might have a little bit of time on my hands in the not so distant future for a season ticket. Again, touch wood, not a season ticket for the National League. I'm hoping as people drop on now, they'll be able to see the difference from when they were on earlier. Drop me a comment in if you think it's looking good, if you're happy with it so far. Yeah. Look, sold another ticket, just bought a ticket. We are flying with tickets. Thank you, Carl. Carl from Cleethorpes. Looking really good, thank you. All the way from New York out, thank you. That is looking good. Not the thank you, that's me. what we like for time. So I estimated between 4 and 5 hours, and I would walk more towards a 5 hour realistically. And I think, so what have we been on now? 3 hours and 20 minutes. We're doing all right there. Real Madrid logo. That is cool. Are you going to give it a go? You should definitely give it a try. I've never been to Madrid, but I have been to Barcelona when they won the league one year. I'm staying, I'm right, probably 20 minutes on the train line out of Barcelona, a place called Malgrat de Mar. Went to watch the Formula 1, so that will have been like January, April, May time. I think the Spanish Grand Prix is. And they'd won the, yeah, it must be May, 'cause at the end of the season. So they'd won the league, and it went mental. I've never seen anything so mental. Yeah, it was definitely the place to be. Enjoyed the Spanish Grand Prix. So that will have been like 2008, maybe 2009. Be a bit ambitious when it took carve the Real Madrid or Barcelona. Not sure Barcelona have got any money left, have they? They've sold every right they've got. They need a new manager. Do you reckon now Klopp's gone at Liverpool? I reckon Pep will see out his contract at City and they'll go back to the saviour of Barcelona. And then maybe hang it up and then just enjoy life. Maybe go international. Klopp will go international eventually. And Eric Ten Hag, if he's still got a job, will be a big sigh of relief that they're not here. And then maybe Tottenham have a chance. So I would love to carve more football crests for charity. I mean, if people contact me because they wanted me to carve one, I mean, I consider it, but I like doing stuff for charity. I do like the idea of trying to drum up some funds by selling the odd bit here and there as a commission. Like I've got a logo for a business in Yorkshire to carve to raise some money for some new equipment, especially a new camera. You heard about my camera earlier. It's not in a good way. The tinker's shop was telling me yesterday. Not in a good way at all, actually. Charity, there's something about doing something for charity, it's just nice. That's my next door neighbour. He says she can hear me chipping away. It's not just my next door neighbour, she's actually my sister. Probably should have started with that. Well, they know it's for a good cause, so they won't mind me chipping away, I'm sure. thanks for tuning in. And it's nice and early in New York. Enjoy your day. And I'll see you on the next video. Like I was saying earlier, it's the TheStoneRanger community is lovely. Even if you're not interested in carving stone, being a stonemason, you just want to be part of the community online. On a Wednesday night, and every now and again we chuck a few random days in there. We did something Friday night just because really. Not really an answer to that. Just I was carving and I thought, why not? And you got a nice response. So yeah, hit the subscribe. Dropped a brush. Hit the subscribe button. Join the channel, and you never know, you might be inspired to take up a bit of carving. You might want to carve your team's badge if you're not a Chesterfield fan. Because if you are a Chesterfield fan, you won't need to, because you could win this. Yeah, Brian's right. Sister first. Sister, brother-in-law, and 2 nieces next door. Oh no, it's not Brian. It's Dave. We're getting somewhere. NP. Let's put the pin sign up. We're definitely getting somewhere. Before very long, we're going to have lots of cleaning up to do. Maybe Dave can put a blue and white emoji on there to show that he's a Chesterfield fan. And actually, Kathleen Allen and Willow came to a Chesterfield game with me, so maybe they could put a blue and white. Maybe they could put a blue and white emoji on there. Still streaming. You've been gone for 4 hours and I'm still streaming and I'm nowhere near finished. So I estimate it's going to take me 5 hours to do. So we're in for the long one. We've had a consistent amount of people watching, and we've sold 49 tickets because somebody told us we'd done 48, and then Carl went ill and jumped on and bought another one. So if you haven't bought a ticket, now is your time. But you can't just at the moment. That's understandable. You've got until the end of February. Found myself thinking about Mr. Brown's bacon sandwich there. Somebody said to me the other day, I was telling him about this and how I do different bits on YouTube carving, and I'm going to be doing a few more charitable things, and I've done loads of charity stuff over the years, giving stuff away, especially towards the end of the business. And someone said to me, why did you stop doing a business for something you enjoyed, what was successful, you're going to start a new career? And at the time I didn't know I was going to get the job at the Peak Park in the volunteer community ranger so quickly. It was a gamble. So I tried to explain it to them, and maybe I'll try and explain it to you now, is that when you're doing a job as a hobby, what's your hobby, and then you turn it into a job, it's really exciting. If you think, I'm going to do this forever, this is it. And you build this business, and each day I'm all about marginal gains. So each day I went to work, 2% here, 3% there, 5% there. We'll just improve. We'd have the website upgraded with products, stone, forklifts, all little marginal gains there and wanted to improve. When COVID happened, I was a bit nervous, and actually helped out because everybody was in the garden and I was in the market for making bird baths at the time, and other stuff in the garden, lots of memorial bits and bobs. So I worked a lot of hours, not just me. At one point there were 4 of us working around the clock. I've got to give a lot of credit to my wife and dad because they put it in as well as me. It was a joint effort, and other family members as well. Moral support and coming around. My mum used to come and help me. We had a big event on, or certain times you had to come do the gardens and tidy up, make everywhere look nice, so making products. But it got so busy and it became quite stressful. I remember falling asleep eating my tea one night because I was just working around the clock, making these products, wrapping them, posting them around the world, then to ship them and then start again. The problem is, once you got to that point, you're not doing your hobby, you're just becoming a production line. And I woke up, it was a Wednesday morning, I remember it. It's not like I'd had the Sunday off and thought, right, I'll do it. It was a Wednesday morning, I and I just woke up, spring was coming, and I just said, no, I don't want to do this anymore. In a nice way, I could see what was going to happen, that if I kept going the pace I was going, it wasn't going to be good for my mental health, it wasn't going to be good for my hobby, and I fall out of love with that completely. Maybe there's some footballers out there who can't stand to watch football because they've done so much football in their life. And I could see that was going to happen, and I just lost all drive to make any money at all. And I was more interested in doing things for free, or the nice bit, the hobby bit. So I decided we'll have a few months to slow it down, we'll finish the jobs on the books, and then I'd go off dry stone walling, and I'd retrain, which was my original job. I'd retrain to become a park ranger, and everyone's a bit like, that's crazy, you can't just go and be a park ranger, they're quite sought after jobs. But it was a challenge, I like the idea of the challenge, so I did it. And then I gave myself 5 years to retrain to become a park ranger and get myself in the right place. I did some volunteering, and 5.5 months later I got offered a job as a volunteer community ranger at the park. And in my eyes, I didn't get a job at the park. I worked with some of the most amazing people, doing some great stuff with some amazing groups, like community groups. I worked with probation groups and teaching new skills and getting them back on the back into the working life pavement. There's some great stories that go on about all day. Some amazing people. Just follow the Facebook page of PPCV and you'll see it. It's amazing. So I did that, and actually this love for carving came back because I'd had a rest. And then the same friend who I was talking to earlier about going to Wembley with to watch England play, and then he became a Spy, adopted the team, bought a season ticket. He said to me, well, what you've done is you've done what not everybody manages to do in life. You've climbed your first mountain, which is great. Lots of people have this ambition to climb your first mountain. And when you get there, people are happy to get there. Some people never get there, but they're driven by money and acceptance and being able to put pictures on to say, you've achieved there, you've done well. Well, actually, when you get to the top of a mountain and you look into the distance, you realise there's another mountain, and that mountain is all about the meaning of life and being a good person and giving back and doing things. And that, now, I feel that day I woke up on that Wednesday morning was the beginning of me setting off on my second mountain, and it's a lovely place. And I'm nowhere near the top, but I'm enjoying going up it. And it's about, like I say, the meaning of life, giving back, passing it on. So then people ask me, why don't you charge for this, or why don't you do this, it's crazy, or why do you give up a job to come and do this and work for an organisation when you were in charge? Because it's so much more. And I still get to carve and enjoy it. I hope that makes sense. Graham's here. See, Graham's a member. That's nice that Graham's on. Graham's on watching. So if you're in the chat, say hello to Graham. Graham is the guy earlier I was telling you about who's done them amazing drawings when I said earlier, I wonder where everybody is watching this, whether they're side of a pitch watching the kids play football, or Sunday errands, putting stuff in the oven, having a bacon sandwich like Mr. Brown, or sat on the couch like Mushroom Man. We had somebody in New York, New Zealand. I've got a friend, look, I've been distracted by this friend. Wonder if he's bought a ticket. Oh no. You're gonna have to go back up, my friend. Move him out of the way. Oh no, he's back. Put him back up. Yeah, so as I was saying, people, whereabouts everyone watching. Sounds like Graham's going to take some beating. It's at the ocean. Let's start tidying it up then. Is everybody happy so far? Got 29 likes. I wonder if we can push that to 30. Right, I'm just going to move the camera a little bit now. Let's start neatening it up, and then we're going to have to tackle this. 29, one more to go. If we get one more, might Belle's got a heart on there. Might, if I get one more like, and take it up to 30, I might text the wife for another cup of coffee. Might go for tea actually. It's coming alive. Sharpening a few chisels. Quarter to 2. I think we're doing all right actually, time wise. York Sparrows just purchased 50 tickets. 50 tickets. Amazing. If you haven't got a ticket, get it on there. Let's give it a push for Because I knew he'd be on there. Dave Brown. Let's give it a push. Let's keep going. The old Chris Tarrant. I'm not going to give you that. We're not happy with that. We want 10 more tickets before we finish this. But also at the same time, I'm super impressed with 50. I just know what a good cause it is. The Chesterfield fans just tuning in, make sure you stick a bit of blue in the comments. Put some blue in the comments, show that you're a town fan. And if you can, buy a ticket. You could raising money for two great causes, the Club Memorial Garden and the Ernie Fund. It's two amazing causes, and you can win this raffle. So there's 50 tickets been sold, so there's a good chance there. It's not like we sold 10,000, so there's a good chance of winning that. They're good odds. Especially if you bought multiple tickets. And you could be winning this from a potentially record season. Touch wood, it's going to be a promotion season. Great team. People are going to look back on this team and say, great team. Look what we're achieving, look what we're doing. Positivity around the club. Have this in your garden, in your house. From the 2023-2024 season. If you did win it and you wanted to, I'd even put that on it for you, free of charge. And if I get one more thumbs up, I'm going to request a cup of tea to be brought down to me. So we're going to work from here now. Just let's neaten it all up, let's crisp it. Work our way through and tackle this. So what we want to do with this, well, I'll just rest my arms for a second. I want to make these a lot steeper. Too much angle on them at the minute, but it was just while I'm moving material. A lot steeper, and then I've got this over and under, which Graham will know about from the from drawing the Celtic knots. And we have a choice: do we have this rolled for the over and under, or do we just put lines in so it gives that effect? We can do the lines, and then if it doesn't work, do the over and under. But I like this smoothness of it, which all ties it all in here, there. It's all got that smoothness of it. And as I was saying a minute ago, I like the idea of doing more stuff for charities. I've got a few lined up actually, some nice ones, and there's always more. The amount of people I've got messaged do this was loads. Like loads and loads. And if you know somebody you'd want something, what they could auction or raffle, time to get in touch on the TheStoneRanger. Let's see what we can do together. But I have to start with Chesterfield. Somebody said earlier, Real Madrid. Dennis has been popping it. That's exactly what I want. So we've got Dennis has been popping in and out since this morning to have a look. He's really happy with it, how it's going, and he's dropped a football and a bit of a blue emoji in there. And we've got 30 thumbs up. It means I'm gonna request a cup of tea. You think if my sister was still watching from next door, she'd pass me one over the fence. One thing I am really impressed with, so we're coming up to 4 hours. I've been carving this now, and one thing I'm really impressed with, the support. We've never really dropped below 10 people watching at a time. I think we've had a couple of times it's gone to 7, 8 or 9, but not for long. We've got some great support, people chatting amongst each other. We've sold 50 tickets, not all today. I think we'd sold a couple before we came on, but we've definitely, I would say, doubled it since we came on live. But the support has been great, really, really great. So thanks to that, there was a part of me that was a little bit nervous. If you follow the channel, one of the reasons for doing the live on Friday night was because all of a sudden I got nervous. Which is good. Nerves are good because it means you care and it means you're trying. But one thing we got nervous was that there'd be nobody watching and we won't be able to sell any tickets. Well, we don't have to worry about that now for the next hour. Because the Chesterfield fans have been amazing, and not just the Chesterfield fans, just fans of the channel or supporters of the channel. Dropping on, saying hello. Graham and Brian will have a chat. Santa's been on. People from all over. Tom Robinson's been on. He's only round the corner. He lives a few villages away. He watches the channel. Lots of people, family members, friends. Dave's been really active, which is nice. And actually looking back through the comments a minute ago when I nipped back up to pick that coffee up, I noticed I missed a comment from Liam. There's also a friend who showed his support. So that's a big thumbs up from me. See how that's so much tighter this time round. And if my wife will think, oh, I'll take him a biscuit with his cup of tea, because that Weetabix are starting to wear off. It's a good job I had 3. No, I'm not requesting a mini roll, Mr. Brown. I'm not requesting anything, I've just asked for a cup of tea. I'm hoping nothing. That lad's chipping away down there. He must be starving. Says we'll get the answer in a couple of minutes. Anyone making a prediction? I know where my money would lie. I reckon I'm still going to be hungry in 5 minutes. She's a bit mischievous at times, my wife, so I was doing a... Well, no, Dave's right there about bringing me a brief from Tinsel. She said she's finishing her hair. So she's a bit mischievous. On Friday, when I was doing the live com, she kept chucking conkers out the window onto the roof of my workshop. And I kept looking around thinking, what's that? There must be bits falling off the tree. And my wife has a bit of a connection to the club as well. Not only is she married to a Chesterfield fan, but she works for Grayson's, and Grayson's are sponsors of Chesterfield. They did a raffle at work where you could win a signed football. And Chesterfield wanted to win that. I'd love a signed football. So I've just noticed on the camera a bit of dirt on there. I'll give it a get to the end of here and I'll give it a bit of a clean. All the bits of stone, bits of dust on there. Anybody know any of the scores? Have we got an early kick-off today? I know we've got the Man United game, but have we got anything else? Oh, as Kerry Moody said there, it's stunning. We'll look good. It will look good, taking pride of place alongside top of the league trophy. Yeah, that'd be cool. What Dave said, it's very therapeutic watching me work. You're not the first person to say that. Somebody said to me once when they struggled to sleep, they put it on. It's quite therapeutic doing it, actually. It's a nice bit of music on and you kind of get lost in this world of chiseling away. At the moment I'm listening to like called Zach Bryan. Has anyone ever heard of Zach Bryan? This is one for Dave. If he's not heard of Zach Bryan, for Mr. Brown, get on there and have a listen to that. I also think Mr. Green would like that. My type of music is becoming popular. So that Lana Del Rey's releasing a country album. So that's my tip of the day. Not now because you're watching this, but later on. Stick a bit of Zach Bryan on. Alexa, play Zach Bryan. You're going to love it. RC and DIY. They are happy. They're really happy. That's 3 thumbs up. So going back to Zach Bryan, a couple of songs I can recommend for you. So you want to go for Dawn, that's a good song, and then Something in the Orange. You might have heard Something in the Orange kicking about. It's a really good song. And then so the Orange is a sunrise, sunset, and a music video. Lots of his fans send in pictures to make this music video. Really nice. And then my personal favourite, Oklahoma Smokehouse. So there is part of me what would like to find out a way of having some music on in the background so you can all hear it. And then people could say, stick this on, let's do a bit of carving to that. And we're going to go all over. We are going to go all over because everyone's taste is so different. But I like the idea of that. I just don't know how to do it just yet with the copyrights. I mean, I put a song out, I put a short video out the other day, which, I mean, it was 6 minutes long and it got banned in Russia because of copyright, which I'm not too concerned about unless Putin's in the line for some new chisels. I don't think I'd give him the discount code. Not my type of person. He does not deserve the discount code. He'd have to muster up the 5% himself. Teskey Brothers, good shout, good shout. Well, it's not like it's not similar. It's got a bit of that to it. I introduced Mr. Brown to the Teskey Brothers while we were fishing one night, and I think for the first hour he weren't bothered, but I made him listen to it that long that he had no choice to enjoy it in the end. It must be cool. If it's in capital letters, it must be cool. Well, if it's cool, Froggy, well, yeah. Actually, so going, before I read the rest of the comments, going back to Froggy, is I do listen to a little bit of Froggy while I'm carving. But there's one of the Zach Bryan songs which is Going Down South, and it reminds me of Froggy. So it reminds me of Froggy and the Kings of Leon because So I do like Froggy. Well, to be honest, if it wasn't for Froggy, I wouldn't be listening to Zach Bryan. That's where it comes from. Royalty-free music. Yeah, the royalty-free music. I think about it. It's I think because I'm not in the house and I've not got Wi-Fi. There's that, and also I want to use songs that people request. It's the next step. The next step is to figure out music. I think one of the problems is there's nobody I know who does YouTube. So there's nobody I know to ask. Oh, I need to. Right, bear with me. Cleaning the lens. Get some of that dust off. Let's give it a little bit of a move while we're doing it. It'd be nice to know how many people are dropping in, going off, doing something, then coming back and having another look at how we're getting on. That'd be nice. Oh, my cup of tea's here. That's exciting. Even in a daddy pickup. No biscuits though. A couple of weeks ago I couldn't stop listening to Creedence Clearwater Revival. That's not bad music to carve to. Depends on what you do. If you're moving material, it's good. If you're doing something delicate, you don't want that. But no, I do like a bit of Creedence. I have a decent playlist sort of set up over the years of a good mixture of some modern stuff some really nice old stuff. Bit of classical chucked in there. Got a bit of Willie Nelson. There's a band also I like called The Roots. Swig this tea. So Joe's, I've been popping in and out most of the day. I've also been putting pictures on X every hour or so. That's nice. Formerly known as Twitter. And what type of, are people happy with it on X? Obviously I'm out of the world of social media for the last 4 and a bit hours. Plenty of likes. We can't ask for more. Actually, you can. Go and ask him to buy a ticket. Some marks there, not happy with that mark. Just reading that from Joe there, that's put them under Phil's post. I think we might have looked out a little bit having Joe watching today, doing that for us. So thanks for that. I have a choice to make. Shall I go? Looking for a chisel. So I do this. So I do this effect here, or should I do with some of the lettering? I think I'm going to have to do some of the lettering. Sharpen up this chisel. I can also move the camera a bit as well. distance right here. Bit of a stretch round at times here. Going to look back through the comments later, but one thing's for sure, there's a lot of blue. There's a lot of blue. As a Chesterfield fan, I think I'd be happy to have this in my possession. I think whether it's a big garden or in the house, you don't have to want to keep it. You can donate it. Donate it to the garden. So if you're not in this country but you're a fan, you can buy a ticket, or even if you're not a fan, if you're just tuning in, you can buy a ticket, and if you happen to win, I'm sure Sarah and Nikki wouldn't mind one bit if you were to give it back to them. Give it to them to put in the garden. Personally, I think it'd look good in the garden. It'd be a nice place for it. But whoever wins it, it would also look nice in their house. If you win it, where are you going to put it? If you were to win this, even if you've not bought a ticket, and you were to win it, where would you do? Where would you put it? What would you do with it? Would you hang it up? Would you want me to put some mounting holes in the back of it so you could hang it up on the wall? Would you build it into the wall? What would be your plan? Let me know. Let me know in the comments. I know I repeat myself a lot while I'm doing this, but there's obviously people dropping in and out all day. So I'll just tell you again a couple of bits and bobs. So firstly, why am I doing it live? There's a chance it could go horribly wrong. Well, I had the opportunity, I wanted to film it. That's what I do, I make YouTube videos. And I wanted to film it, and I could have made a video and just posted it so you could all see it, but kind of like the the danger bit of doing it live where it could go wrong. But then what I really like is that we live in a world of AI, computer generated stuff, that you can have a machine what would cut this out on a piece of material, any material. Stone, cement, cardboard, plastic, metal, and they cut this out, and then but they could do that in an hour. Some materials could do it in 30 seconds. But what I wanted you guys to see is the fact that we've spent 5 hours carving this together. Some of you have been here for the whole time. Some of you are dropping in and out, and some of you might not watch this video until after. All of the people who never watch it. But I want you to see that the £5 what you're going to spend out of your own hard-earned money to try and win this, it's not just something what's been computer generated. I'm here with a hammer, I'm here with a chisel, I'm at the bottom of the garden in my workshop, on the easel, carving away to know the backstory of this. And I'm here talking all day about different bits of Bob, but a bit about my personal life and how I got to carving, being a Chesterfield fan. But now you can put them stories against this piece of stone. Yeah, it's for the Ernie Moss and it's for the memorial garden. But you could also chat about it and say, you know, a little bit of the backstory. That's what I'm trying to say. And I wanted that. I wanted you to feel that personal connection that it was done by a Chesterfield fan. So that's why we've taken a risk to do it live. And it's nice, like I was saying earlier, about doing different things in life. It's nice to push yourself out of your comfort zone. I like gut instinct. I've done a lot in life on gut instinct, and this was a gut instinct thing. I'm going to stop and have a swig of that tea in a second. swig of tea. Step back and have a look, bit more there. 32 likes. We're getting somewhere now. Say I'm having my tea. Keep jumping back over and doing a little bit more. "15 people tuned in at a minute." It's incredible the amount of people what I've had all the way through. At the end, when I turn the live off, it'll give me some stats to say you've had a certain amount of people have a look or tune in. Have a look's the wrong word. Tune in, and it'll tell me like average viewing time, conversation rates. It's going to be hard. I've had a really nice amount of support. Got a bit to go yet. I'm not quite finished, but we're still going. I could do with something to give me a boost. Kind of wish she had bought me a wagon wheel. Would have been nice, wouldn't it? Like Mr. Brown said, a mini roll. And like I said a few times, if you today, if you want to have a go at this, you want to carve one yourself, subscribe to the channel. There's lots of videos on there, not just for stone carving, dry stone walling, what chisels to use, discount codes for different places for when you're buying your tools, reviews on tools. Went through a stage where people were challenging me to do stuff. Can you carve something with an old rusty nail? I'm glad we got out of that stage actually. At one point someone asked me if I could carve with a wrench while drinking a beer. We had a go, we did it. Don't mind a challenge every now and again like that, but I don't want them to be all the time. But yeah, check out the channel, see if it's for you. join us on a Wednesday night, carving, having a chat. You saw Graham on there earlier, you saw Brian, you saw Tom. There was loads. Liz was on. There's been loads of people on today from the channel. There's 4,290 subscribers to the channel. Not all of them come on a Wednesday night. At one point we had 2,000 on. But on average we probably have a total of a couple of hundred come in and say hello on a Wednesday night. So you don't even have to be interested in stone carving. Just want someone to talk to. I think I'm going to do a bit of needling like the other side while I keep looking at this. We'll needle this, we'll go around the outside, and then that will be the last thing we do. Just finishing it up, but we are getting somewhere. Lovely job. Get clapped. Thank you very much. So we're looking for the right chisel again. Oh no, I've done a brisey. I've misplaced it. Oh, it's there. For a comfort break again. I don't think we're bad there. We'll be coming up to 5 hours soon. Right, I'm going to quickly run. I just drank my tea. I'm going to quickly run to the toilet. I'll be back in a second. You know the drill. Keep yourself entertained. If you can, invite some people to come and have a look at it. Now we're getting close to the end. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Back. That was a bad idea, look. We're down to 4 people watching because I left. Must have busted. We're coming towards the end now. chocolate bar while I was there. Try and gain myself a bit of energy for that final push. We're close. We're getting there. I'm glad I spent the time yesterday getting that in there. There wasn't any wagon wheels. I went for a Kinder Bueno bar. I think I like them more. Anybody got any football scores? Can anyone let me know what the score is? Man United and West Ham. United are 1-0 up. Who scored that? Quite like that young lad, Hoyland. He's 2-1 the Wolves, nice. Forest 1-1. I work with a lot of Forest lads on run a probation team, and a lot of them like the Forest. And I see them not tomorrow, Tuesday. That Nunes at Wolves, he's a great player. Thanks for the score, that's great. The cricket's not over. What did we say? 67 for 1. At end of play, so they were chasing 330. I mean, it's a tough ask in India, but you never know with this team. 332 to... I mean, it's a tough ask in India. See what the conditions are like in the morning, or the middle of the night for us. when England are playing cricket, especially overseas, and it's on in the middle of the night, and I wake up and we've got that notification from BBC Sport Bum Bum and they've lost loads of wickets. You kind of want it to, you don't want BBC to say anything, then you know we're doing alright. When we're batting anyway. Has anybody been watching who fancies having a go? Has anybody watching foot? You know what? I fancy having a go at that. Fancy making my own house. Numbers are dwindling. Not getting many people watching later on in the day. I suppose the football's on, so people will be watching that now. On the final push. Let's not disappear on me now. Remember what a good cause we're doing it for. We've had some great support though. Can't knock it. We're down to 7 people watching, so it's fluctuating up and down. We've had some great support all day, some really good support. We're very close. All we've got to do is needle this, go around the outside, neaten it up, and then put some lines in here. Give it a wash and see how we feel. So 8 people on. Out of them 8 people, who's a Chesterfield fan? Stick something blue in the comments. Who's bought a ticket? Let me know if you bought a ticket. Who fancies having a go at doing their own bit of stonework? Out of them 8 people, there's nothing to say they're all watching at the same time as us though, because you could click on and watch this live from any point. You could be right at the beginning or you could be live with us now. To bring it up to speed, you have to slide the bar at the bottom until you get to now. I wonder if we managed to sell any more tickets. Yep, so Joe's asking, yep, self-taught, just tell you a little bit of the story if you like. We've got a little bit of time, still got all this to do. So I was driving down Walling, customer said, is there any chance we could just hold off the rest of the wall because I want to get a house name put in. Anyone who's ever done any drive stone walling knows you don't get paid until the coping stones are on. The half moon's on top of the wall. So I was a bit like, oh no, like, without telling her I'm skinned, I've got a young family, I've got a young daughter, bills to pay. So I'd seen my dad carve letters into wood before. Bits of carvings here and there, mainly on slices of bits of trees he used to do when he was in the Forest Commission. So I took a bold decision and asked if I could have a go at doing it. So I thought this is going to help me get paid quicker. So I asked if I could do it. I went home, I got some chisels, some wood chisels and a claw hammer, and absolutely ruined them. But what I did get is a product at the end what the customer was happy with. The wall was built, the copers were put on, and I got paid in time to pay my bills. And then the next door neighbour asked for one. So that was great. So I did that. And a little bit of time passed and I was looking about a little bit more, trying different techniques, not buying the proper tools at this point. The local driving instructor passed away. And his family asked me if I could make a memorial stone for him because when they'd seen this, what I'd done. So again, I said yes, I did that. And then I decided to buy a few proper chisels. This hammer is actually from my original kit I bought possibly 8-9 years ago. Still got some of the same chisels, got lots of chisels, but some of the same chisels from the original kit. So I bought some and then I started doing a few more. Looking about, made my family members a few bits of presents just to practice. I just like carving stone at that point or making things. And then it spiraled and then just kept going and going and going, and then before we knew it we'd open a business, and each year of the business we improved it, we grew it. Like I said earlier, marginal gains, and before we knew it we were shipping products all around the world and it went crazy. And all self-taught. Trial and error, just kind of visualise it and go for it. And don't overthink it. I have this motto at work that just do the first 25% really well. So that's your foundation to getting everything marked on with this, or at work with a group. Just do the first 25% of anything really well, and you'll be surprised how the rest of it can fall into place. And I've met a lot of people in life who are very, very successful at doing things, but they do it in a different way, and they actually forget the first 25% and the rest, but they're missing something. To me, the first 25% is the most important bit. That's the personal connection. And now, because I'm self-taught, I suppose there'll be people out there saying you're doing that wrong, you're doing that wrong, that's not right for that. Doesn't really matter. We're enjoying ourselves. We're raising some money for charity. Customers are always happy. and teach people to do it on the channel in our own humble, down to earth way, and you can do it any way you like. We're not going to judge. What have we got here? Dave, if you win, you could do the same as me and donate it to Sarah Ross to donate to her. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It could be a large cry if it's a fix. Well, you do have the option to donate it if you want. I mean, if you bought the ticket and you've won, it'll be. I'm not the one running the raffle. So that's Phil from 1866 who's doing the raffle. It's through the club, so it's got nothing to do with me. I'm just donating the prize. We are getting somewhere now. We are definitely getting somewhere now. United have got 2-0 up. 2. I watched them play at the weekend against the other day against Wolves. In that first half, that's the best United team I've watched for years. That first half, second half, yeah. I mean, it wasn't great to go back to 3-3, but that mainly with that final goal. I like the lad Garnacho. Sometimes I feel like he could pass the ball a bit more. I mean, he runs like Forrest Gump, a bit like Dan James. He's got more about it. He's just learning that next stage. Dan James was never going to get to that next stage. But as he progresses, Garnacho, he's going to be a hell of a talent. We've got some great players in the Premier League at the minute. Need to stretch more. what, I'll be ready for my tea later on when this is completed. It's my night to cook. Cottage pie. Nice that I've got the day off tomorrow though. I'll be in Chesterfield. I'm going to the gym. If you see me wandering around in my Chesterfield shirt, going to Queen's Park Gym about 1 o'clock, just after. They say, hey, you're that lad of YouTube. We spent 5 hours on a Sunday carving the crest. This piece of stone, when I was picking it out and shaping it, it felt a really nice piece of stone, but it's been lovely to work on. Really nice to work on. I think some of you lot need to give yourself a bit of a pat on the back, because the amount of time some of you have spent watching, impressive, really impressive. So as we're coming to the end, well, a little bit left, but end of this bit, not too much more now. There's always a bit more, you never know when to stop. Don't forget to buy your tickets. See, there is a link in the description for tickets. You can also find them on all the Chesterfield social media pages. There's lots of them on there. They're going to be available for the whole of February. You can buy them on the Trust website, social media pages, links in the description for this channel. And also, if you find yourself with a few minutes, go over and check out the Legends of the Spire channel, because that is a great channel. Dave on there, really nice fella, put some real effort in there and make some great work. I was lucky enough to go on it last week talking about this and being a fan. But I had a quick look back through his back catalogue, some really great, really great people on there. Definitely worth a watch. And if you want something to read the Ernie book. That is a good book. I was refreshing on it last night. said about the man in that book. It made me really wish I'd met him actually. Some of the stories of how he was with the kids at the club, or sit next to somebody at the bar and have a chat, saying play for them, scored against them, done this. It just left people. The way he did it was just a real gentlemanly way, but really humble, gentlemanly way about doing it. And he just left a lasting mark on a lot of people. Can't remember his name, but there's one guy in the book who was chatting about how he was a sales rep for a sports shop. And he said he'd get told off because he'd end up just in there drinking tea, chatting about just memories, just football. I suppose some cricket would be chucked in there as well with Ernie's business partner. Yeah, you're right there. That interview with Cook before he came back is a great interview. There is some great interviews on there. Some really good stuff. Give it a watch. And hopefully we'll keep this positivity around the club, not only for this season. Touchwood again, which is incredible, but also moving forward. Something really good going on. Let's enjoy it. Like I said, buy your tickets to win this piece. This piece could be from the league winning season. This could be carved for that season, the year we won. If you've got it in your garden, it's a talking point. People will say, where have you got it from? You'll be able to talk about it if you've watched this stream, or you can go back and watch the podcast with me on, and you can say, oh, that's from the 2023-2024 season, the year we won. You never know. It's a record amount of points. But we just had a great season. What a great season to own this from. And I said earlier, if you win and you want something putting on the back of it about the year it was, or on the side even, I can put the season on it, put the year on there. Could put with permission from the Moss family, you could put that it's been done in the name of Ernie Moss in the garden. Let's sharpen some chisels. If you're just tuning back in, because you've not, you've been in and out, you have to let me know what you think of the progress. Let's see if it's coming together. just going to do this and then I'll read them last couple of comments I'll just come in. So we've got Dave cruising towards 71. Can remember Ernie presenting a medal for winning the under-18s final. Wow, that's a great memory. Been sharing the progress on Twitter, fascinating to watch. Thank you for that. Who did you play in the final? And what was the score? I'm presuming you played in goal. Did you keep a clean sheet? That chisel's not right. We've chatted about some more different stuff today. Moving all around the world with people watching. We've chatted a lot about Chesterfield, a lot about stone carving. We've had a chat about all sorts. Me waiting a really long time for a cup of tea. So we've got two people tweeting about the carving, which is nice. We've got Kerry and Joe. Oh, my arm's hurting. Free one to Wolves, wow. Pochettino's going to need a new job. I knew it was going to be a bad move for that Chelsea team when they sold it to Bowley at America, and the way he was spending the money, the way he was going about it, was never going to work. Hey, Mourinho is looking for a job though. I don't rate Mourinho, but he might do a better job than Poch at Chelsea. quite like Potch. I think it'd be a bit. I think it's a tough job to take actually now at Chelsea. God knows who we played. Played for Darlingdale. Ashover and for Darlingdale. This is a point when I was thinking about this. Thinking about doing this carving, it will get to this point and somebody would say, what happens if you chip it now? What happens if you break it now? That was the point. This is it, right at the end. I've definitely got arm ache now. wonder if we've got any advance on our tickets. I wonder how we've done. We're coming to the end now. I can't see we're going to sell many more. I'd love to know what our final tally is so far. That doesn't make any sense. Final tally so far. Final tally for our live carving. You can still buy tickets for the whole of February. I'm hoping somebody's going to get in touch with me very soon about having this on display in the club shop so people can buy it. Well, not buy it, so people can buy raffle tickets. Very nearly. So now we've got to try and figure out how we're going to get this over and underlap. So we've got two options. Well, both options are going to need a very sharp chisel. Let's sharpen them up. Let's sharp a couple of chisels up. We want that one. We don't want that one. We might possibly want that one. Okay, I think the only way we're going to do this is if I chisel along there and put a groove in, put a V in. Which one should we do first? Not that one. Possibly not that one. Okay. It doesn't matter too much because if we get it wrong then we're going to curve it. But there are two options. We can't leave it because you'd never be able to tell. I suppose you would, but not very clear. In a minute we've got pencil lines on there so we know what it is. What we need to do is just highlight that. That's what we're trying to do. That's not a bad idea. Maybe Kerry says definitely deserve a pint. It's not a bad idea. I am going to the shop once I finish this. So maybe I'll do that. I want to carve the Celtic lattice knot. There is a picture on the channel. It was four string over and under and over and under, and it had a poem in the middle. And when you're doing this here, I mean, this is very, very delicate compared to what we were doing there. We were really, there were loads of work in it. I really enjoyed it. But you question yourself whether you got the right side of the line. I don't want to. I can make these steeper and sharper, but I don't want to lose that. Can't go any more that side. I don't want to lose the smoothness on the top because that ties it all together. 53 tickets. That's incredible. Well, I'm happy with that. I hope Sarah is happy with that. I hope Phil's happy with that. Just need a pencil. Quickly. Yeah, 53 tickets. That's incredible. So the raffle went live last Wednesday. Wednesday just gone. So what? Sell that many already. We can try and get it on display. Spread the word. People can come back and watch this video. I'll make a short, condensed 60-second clip of it so people can see it. Maybe I'll have a, like Kerry says they deserve a pint, maybe I'll have I quite like the Hazy Jane from Brewdog, but Chatsworth Gold, Moonshine for Thornbridge. It's nice. we are definitely on the final bit. Well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 tiny little lines to carve. I'll tell you what will happen. I'll go in after I finish this, I'll have my tea, and I'll wander that back down later while everyone's doing something, everyone's busy and distracted, and I'll just have another 20 minutes tidying it up. I know I keep saying it, but the support we've had today on here has been incredible, and I never doubted it actually. Chesterfield fans coming on, as well as the members of the TheStoneRanger community. It's been amazing. Thank you for that. You've made the 5 and a, well, I remember, I took my watch off. 5 hours 45 minutes. I mean, it's hard to say it's flown by because it's 5 hours 45 minutes, but it's been really enjoyable. And knowing this is going to a great cause and being a fan, I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. And you lot have made it enjoyable. Everyone interacting, we've had hundreds of comments, people putting stuff on there. I know it's a Sunday, people are busy, they've got stuff to do, busy lives. Loads of people have come on and give a bit of time. Just caught the camera. I've not done bad with that. I did warn you all earlier that it can be pretty bad with that, but I think I've done alright. When everyone's back at work tomorrow, you'll be able to tell everyone what you've done with your Sunday afternoon, whether you've been here for the whole time or just 2 minutes. Tell them, and if they're a Chesterfield fan, tell them to go and have a look, and we might get a few more sales on them tickets. And like I say, I'm in Chesterfield tomorrow. If you see me, say hello. I'm the bald-headed fella with one really stiff arm. I don't want to go too much in there. I feel like this bit here deserves that, just a little bit of delicate to get him to roll under and over. And if we do get to get it on display in the shop, which I'm sure Phil's working on, somebody's working on it behind the scenes, that'll be on social media, and that means, God, I'm having a terrible 5 minutes with this camera. That means you can go and have a look at it. You're part of it. You've been on the channel today. You're part of this now. Now is the time for someone to come on and say, don't mess it up now. So if you're new on, I'm going any minute. I'm coming right to the end. I'm just tweaking a little bit of tweak. One last chance to stick me a thumbs up on the video. If you're happy with it, if you like it, stick a thumbs up on there. See if we can get 2 more. Let's round it up at 35. That'd be amazing. You've been great support. And like I've said many a time in the last 5 and a bit hours, to be a Chesterfield fan and to be doing this, it's been a real honour. I've enjoyed it. Whoever gets to win it, nobody like it. You know what it's all about. You know the story of the carving, you know what it's been carved for. Just display it proudly. 4-2 to all. So I think I'm nearly there. So I'm going to give it a brush, maybe a little photo, then I'm going to give it a wash. Got 35 likes, amazing. Let's give it a wash and then we're done. Then we'll have a rest. Might give it a little tweak here and there so no one's looking. a well-deserved rest. Well, I'm going to co-op and I'm going to make a cottage pie for the family. So I'm going to let that dry, and then I'll change the lighting on it, which will make a bit more stand out in places. That's me done. It's thank you everyone for watching. You've been a great support. I've needed it all the way through. So what have we done? Nearly 6 hours, just shy of 6 hours to do that. I've loved it, really enjoyed it. Looking forward to the next one. See you all soon.